What's going on? I apologize, I got a sore throat. I'm a little hoarse, but I'm just gonna wait for other people to join in. What's going on, John? Oh, okay. No, I still feel a little hoarse, so I guess it's good as long as I sound alright. It's better than yesterday, that's for sure. What's going on? Welcome in. Any questions while we're waiting for other people to join in? Sheesh. Like, with the flu or something like actually sick or just mentally? Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh yeah. I don't know. I did some like exercises to open up like lymphatic stuff, so that's why I'm like this. It did it quite well. I cleared out just about all my lymphatic system, so I wasn't actually sick, but I had a whole lot of drainage. Yeah, I had to, because I could tell I had never cleaned it out, and I had like other stuff that was passed down genetically, so that's like the fastest way your body gets rid of toxins and stuff like that. So you have to keep it clean. Oh, I'll look for it. 771. I didn't see it. I apologize. But yeah. Did you send it to the Yahoo or the Gmail? Just out of curiosity. 771. It's all good, David. You can just call me B. That's what I go by. That's my nickname. Grateful to have you on. Hey, y'all would have made it interesting. You know, the floor is essentially open. So, hey, what's going on, Carissa? Okay, cool. 771. I'll take a look after we're done. Thank you for letting me know. I apologize for not getting to it. Yes, they automatically assume that we're belligerents. That's with the Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917 and how it ties into the Geneva Convention of 1949 relative to the treatment of prisoners of war. That's something that Tammy Pepperman talked a great extent about. That's why you have to go about expressly stating that you're not suicidal. In your documents, you have, you're not, you've never thought about, harming yourself or anything like that, and that you essentially are peaceful and, a peaceful, living man or living woman on the land. But yeah, that is something that they assume, like 100%, because they've intentionally made it so. Because, they're not citizens. And, you do have to object. There are certain things you have to object to. Because if not, it will run all over you. And I learned that the hard way. Yeah, you have to break the presumption. You're right, Carissa. Because if you don't, they'll run with the presumptions and they'll let it stick. You'll be going through and fighting it and all this, and meanwhile that is literally, the presumption is literally prejudice, a prejudicial notion or assumption. That's what a presumption is. And if you didn't know, the courts only operate, at least outside of courts of equity, they only operate by presumption. So if you've looked up the 12 presumptions of the courts under the Roman canon laws, that's something very essential to note. Yeah. Absolutely, John. And that's the type of stuff that, like I said, not everybody knows, not everybody goes over, Like I said, I've found this stuff out through researching true history as well as Roman canon law, because that is what the judges are bound by. They have double oaths. They are first members of the bar and then members of the state of. And that is how their priorities go. So they perjure themselves by swearing to do totally different jurisdictions opposed to each other. So they're the jesters with the double hats and stuff like that. Yeah, you could just there's ways to rephrase that, be like, I'm not here to cause a controversy, or I'm not here to argue, but I do have some things I'd like to, some notices I'd like to give to the court, or some things I'd like to present to the court. It is still, at that point, it becomes how you present it. What's going on, Spencer? So, but yeah, when you're in court, dealing with that type of thing, most of the time, yeah, you really do have to just be very careful. And it's a very fine line. You have to be in there for only that reason. And even then, like, if you have all the documents and all your ducks in a row, I wouldn't even go in there, to be honest with you. That's what a special appearance actually is. You appear by evidence, by your documents that you send in prior. No, not at all. I mean, those are temples. Like, every court is spiritual, because you're either going to the courts of the Most High, which right now everyone's in captivity, or you're dealing with these temples of Baal. I'm not going into those temples. I don't pray to their gods. That judge on that bench ain't no god. I don't care. Like, I know the definition of how they use it in the scripture, like as a ruler, but that judge ain't the Most High. Like, I don't have to answer to him in that sense, other than my specific fiduciary duties to settle the matter. Like, I can handle that with the tax. Like, I don't have to. I can handle that with the actual accountant. He's just acting as a collector anyway. Everything's a tax issue. As long as you pay the taxes, that's all they even trying to bring you into court for. It's just the capital gains tax most of the time. So, I mean, as long as you pay the taxes, I mean, they really don't give a shit, to be honest. Hey, what's going on, Global Mindset? All praises to the Most High. What's the topic today? Shoot, open mic, whatever your questions y'all got. And that's why I do this on Thursdays, because on Fridays the floor is mine, the first part. I gotta make sure people get the information they need to actually get out. But Thursdays, I do that just to help everybody out, because I know everybody has a different perspectives and different understandings. So I know. I don't drink honey, but yes, I've been doing tea. I've been drinking a lot of juice. Like I said, it's just drainage. I'm not sick. I did some exercise to clear lymphatic fluid in my body. So I got some stuff that was stuck out, like a bunch of stuff. But like I said, I was coughing so much this week that my voice is just kind of like this right now. It'll get better. Do you have to object where necessary? My last hearing brought my own Bible and told him that. You don't have to swear. That is actually something that's a misconceived notion, because even when I've gone into court, like, I refuse to swear because of Malachi 5 and verse 3. And every time I say I can affirm on a penalty of perjury, because if you're not lying, there's no need to perjure yourself anyway. I mean, you can affirm it. It's different than swearing, but yeah, I'm not. And you're not really supposed to raise your right hand either. That's also an act. But you can't affirm it, Bro said, I do not stand in your authority. Exactly. You're not supposed to say, I understand, What's going on, Niles? What's going on, Christine? Yeah, that's good, Carissa. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what I've told the judges just about every time I've gone into court. You have to affidavits already speak for you. Yeah, because honestly, I mean, if you're going to do an affidavit, I don't like affidavits, because there's sometimes when you have to and you don't really get a choice because of the way the statutes are written. But anytime I do have a choice, I'll make sure it's a testimony under the Most High, and, it's a declaration under penalty of perjury, because, affidavit means he has sworn. So while it is just the name of a document, even jurat is jurisdictional. It really means the same thing too. So that's why I do 28 USC 1746 declarations under penalty of perjury, and those are in place of that, but they create trusts essentially. Right. Yep. Yeah, you have to, Carissa. Like, you really do, because if not, they already got you from the start. I mean, you've sworn in their courts under their jurisdiction to their gods. That's essentially what it is. So you can't walk in there swearing to their gods. It just doesn't work. And it's blasphemy too, on top of that. No, well, Technically, yes, but they made us an officer of the court by making us the executor. So generally, affidavits are only for officers, but technically, the executor is an officer of the court. They don't want you to know that, but you still have to go through and the notary and all that. But 28 United States Code subsection 1746, I think, unsworn declarations under penalty of perjury. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, you can't. You have to choose. That's why they get the because a belief is a trust. So under the rules of The Hague, according to the recognition of trusts, like done in 1985, like it's according to the law form of the grantor. So whoever you acknowledge as your God or your creator, you are bound by those laws. That's how this works. If you believe in naught during your life, you will be brought to naught after death. If you believe in the Most High, well, at least you have a chance. What's going on, Roots Run Deep? Yeah. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Glad to have everyone on. It's open mic. Let me know what questions you got. As long as it's in law and equity, aside from certain things I can't touch on in the public, I can go over it. What's going on, David? Yes, you still have to go through a notary, and then you still have to give disclaimers so that the notary doesn't take jurisdiction. But yes, the executor is a fiduciary and an officer of the court, because the entire matter is predicated on the administration of the estate, which is the all capital letter name. So by default, the judge attempts to make himself executor de son tort, or at his own risk, or at his own suit, or administrator de son tort. But when you state that you're the executor of the estate, there's no other position for them to take other than a trustee on the case, which is why they don't like it. So, but that's what they are. They are a trustee on the case. So yeah, it is a very good thing to understand. Like I said, you gotta know your role. You gotta know how to enforce it. You have to know the rights, responsibilities, the duties, the obligations that go along with any title that you use. And you have to know how it interplays into other law forms and what is higher in law. So do you have experience using certified funds from the Treasury as a negotiable instrument? Like I said, I do stuff. I mean, technically, yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's, in essence, yeah, I do. But like I said, that goes into a process that I can't really cover in the public right now, because it involves assets that, like I said, adhere to documents in a specific manner according to certain duties that I'm not at liberty to discuss in the public due to my own safety. Are there other notaries other than state notary that you should use? Some notaries also ask for sure. Not necessarily, no. Notary public is what you're really looking for. I mean, unless you're dealing with like a whole other country, but generally speaking, like, you're supposed to use a notary public global mindset. You just have to make proper disclaimers on the documents stating that it's not for entrance into a foreign jurisdiction. Like, I would look at the Wise Concise Trustee Handbook for their disclaimer on that. Exactly, Carissa. Exactly. That's why they don't like it, because as soon as you take the executor role, that office, it's no longer vacant, and there's no need for what's called a negotiarum gestio. A negotiarum gestio is when they take a kind gesture, and they essentially use it to administer the estate while in your absence. Well, it's no longer in your absence if you're standing right there. They're just attempting to rule over you. So it's a little bit different. Yes, that's essentially what it is. They stand over the court of record. They stand over what goes into the record, like those types of things as well, Yeah, they're very powerful because they decide what's hearsay and what's not. And yeah. Yeah, those are excellent points though. Yeah, and like one of the biggest things is really just making sure that what you're bringing in the court is already authenticated. It's already put on the public record. It's already been notarized, etc., or in some other way like acknowledged, because you don't want to be dealing in hearsay. And that's when you deal with hearsay, that's when they start saying, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about, he's incompetent, he's a sovereign citizen. That's when they start bringing out that stuff. I've heard a lot of stuff like that. Generally speaking, like, I know multiple notaries have a lot of power. I've used at least 2 to 3 notaries for certain things in the past, and it's been quite powerful. It like I said, it just depends on what it is, and how because it's seen as a county or a serfdom or a domain or a realm. So you start getting into more egotistical side of judges and other things like that when you start trying to overrule them or make them abjure the realm. You're treading on pretty rocky ground when you're dealing with that type of thing, honestly. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just you got to be super, super careful, and you got to know what you're doing. And it's got to be for the right circumstances too, because you don't want to just use that any type of way. Great questions, though. Absolutely great questions. Yup. Any other questions? Oh, I mean, when you're first starting out, I get it. They're intimidating. You don't know anything. They know everything and you know nothing. Like, I get it. But staying afraid of these people, like, there's no reason to do that. What do you say is a base starting level for them? Trust law. Trust law, estate law, which are really two different parts of the same thing. Administrative process, suretyship, what else? Subrogation, exoneration, substitution, assignment. Those are the basics. Trust law is like the biggest one because it ties into so many other things. But the other principles and methods of equitable processes, equitable estoppel, injunctions, just kind of knowing how the courts work, on the public side, and then you can, figure out how they work on the private side. Things like that. But, honestly, it's not contracts. You're not dealing with any contracts because most of these things lack any kind of consideration. So, or mutuality of obligation. So they can't be contracts. They have to be trusts. And due to HJR 192, Public Law 73-10, and Nixon's suspension of the gold standard in 71. So you're dealing with trusts. That's what everything is. Promissory notes, bonds, all that stuff. Abatement. Common law abatements are very powerful. It's usually, it's usually substantiated or maintained by some type of defect in the process or service of process, so that cannot affect proper, attainment of jurisdiction, by which you nullify, the entire matter in essence. Abatement is something that has worked, you just got to do it very properly. It's a very technical process, to be honest. But yeah, generally speaking, yeah, if it's something like where they don't have jurisdiction from the start, abatement and then special appearance and then those types of things, yeah. Because you want to make sure that, you retain all of your rights. So when you go in and into the court itself, like, you're essentially bringing the subject matter before them. Your body is the res. So that's why I say that, like, I would appear by evidence, if anything, special appearance, the true special appearance, where the body is maintained, privately. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, it really just changed the consideration. It's more so than minimum context. It was just that the res changed. Instead of, having equal consideration or actual valuable consideration, it just changed to the res, the thing itself, put in trust. So that's when a lot of these applications and agreements became what's called unilateral executory promises, which essentially are the glorified promissory notes, to be honest. Yeah, trust law is everything. I mean, it's the highest law form, to be honest. Estate law is really the highest, but it's essentially just trust law. When you understand what it is, an estate is a trust under a specific statute. It's considered a black trust, a legal estate. So when you know that, it's just a black trust versus a white trust, which is a private trust, is really just two halves of the same whole. Estate and trust law are all comprised together, but both of those things are just only one facet of equity. So like I said, equity jurisprudence is what you really want to study, because there's so many different, like I said, subrogation, exoneration, substitution of collateral, substitution of parties, assignment of collateral, trust merger, all those different types of things. They're all equitable doctrines. So everything, like I said, all the remedy that I've gotten has always been in equity. And that's really where the power is, because they're going by the books, they're going by what's written, but the letter of the law has derivated from the spirit or the intent of the law. So that's why you have to, and equity regards what ought to have been done, which is the spirit or intent of the law. So that's why that there's such a disparity between the two right now. It's because the laws are no longer laws. They lost the substance and character of laws, as they varied from what was right. So now all they have is the color thereof. Corpus Juris Secundum, Book 90 on trusts, restatements on the law of trusts, 2nd and 3rd, the Treatise on the Law of Trusts by Lewin, 1888, Gilbert's Law Summaries on the Law of Trusts, what else? Nolo Living Trust. How do you make your own Nolo Living Trust is a good one for revocable living trusts. They don't ever have clean hands. No, you're right, Carissa. What other books? Gibson Students in Chancery is good. Clerk's praxis tells you about the jurisdiction of the civil courts and how they're admiralty courts. What else? There's so many of them, honestly, but those are some of the biggest ones right there. The law dictionaries, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, those are at least, a good start that I mentioned. So I'm thinking about any others if I have, just off the top of my head. Yeah, but when you're dealing with that, you're dealing with, like, the Chevron ruling and stuff like that. Like, they just recently, repealed the power that they delegated to these agencies. So you really just want to withdraw from all these programs anyway. That's why you want to cancel all your contracts. And, like, the driver's license, is a license to drive the body because you sold the body. So, I mean, there's a bunch of things, absolutely, Christine. But yeah, I mean, that's just something you just want to be aware of. Like, I've rescinded a good number of my contracts, like, to be honest with you. Like, I really don't have too many left, other than what is necessary for daily life. But beyond that, yeah, I've really gotten rid of a lot of the major contracts that are like that. No worries, Christine. No worries. Hope you feel better. Rescission of signature. Your signature is considered your asset, and it is only given by consent. If there is no actual consent, or it was obtained by fraud, duress, coercion, or some other unjust means, or misrepresentation, then your signature can be rescinded due to lack of full disclosure, or that the contract is unconscionable. Meaning, had you known all the terms and conditions, you never would have signed it in the first place. Those are definitely different things that you can use. I've used those same things. Another thing is the use of the Social Security number. Like, you're not really supposed to give out the Social Security number for any reason. Almost, it's an account, and it's not even a beneficial one for you. So that's just one thing that you really don't have to use it, to be honest. Like, you're supposed to liquidate it and turn it in and get new identity from the court. That's really how you're supposed to handle that. But yeah, you have to give notice, certified mail, return receipt. You have to produce a copy of the original contract and mail it to them, along with the notarized letter withdrawing rescission. And I would make it like, along the lines of like nunc pro tunc, rescission of signature, and like estoppel at law or something like that, and revocation of XYZ instrument. So similar to what I did, and then if it still goes past that, you have to get declaratory judgment, which is an annulment, or in the case of marriage, or you have to get it, the contract or the agreement declared null and void in the rec court. So it just depends on how you go about it. But you do, at some point, generally, you might need declaratory relief. Oh, I know. It's this crazy thing. Like, they make it mandatory, then they give you it for free, and then they say, but if you give it to us, it's mandatory. It's like, no, it's not. You just coerced me and colluded with the entire system to make me produce this number. Like, that's not voluntary. I don't want to give you that. It's you're right, Carissa. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Their reasoning is ass backwards, and it's just crazy. But It's upheld because of the original Sestike v. Act of 1483, which held that all conveyances and transfers of property against the Sestike use were held as good, which is the same problem everybody's been having with fraudulent mortgages. It's the only reason they're allowed to continue. The entire mortgage industry is based on fraud. So when you consider that, I mean, yeah, you really just have to be diligent and then go into equity, because there's no remedy at law. I mean there might be some, but you're going to be sitting there fighting, usually debtor creditor or something like that. And like I said, I really just don't like fighting like that. I'd rather just settle, close, and terminate the entire matter. Welcome to the chat. Floor is open if you got any questions, like I said. Now, that one on the police report for the identity theft, that you might actually need that. Like, there's certain times when it's beneficial for you to present it, and then you got to make sure you sign as authorized representative or like grantor beneficiary, things like that. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of those times where it might actually be beneficial for that. But yeah, like I said, the only way you're going to actually get rid of it completely is settling all the accounts and getting a whole new identity, because they're claiming that you are the corporation. And until you rebut the presumptions by declaratory relief, that presumption of death suit in the courts in the original county of birth, you're not out. Like, you can say it all you want, but you're not out. You have to settle the books. And if people aren't realizing the birth certificate is a letter of credit for $100 million against the estate. The estate is worth in the billions. But that's cool. I mean, that'll work as long as they understood what you meant. But yeah, like, people need to stop holding that damn death certificate and acting like it's some damn golden ticket. It's not a golden ticket. It's just a death certificate. It's a foundling report. It's slander, libel, and you have to treat it as such. You have to overturn it. That's the only way you're going to get the status that everybody's actually seeking. Because people think they know what they want, but they don't. You have to go in for the right thing. It is a letter of administration over your estate, and it creates the presumption of death for you, and it grants power of attorney to someone else to administer your affairs. So you have to revoke it, take control of it, destroy it, settle, close, and terminate it. And as a result, the court has to grant you a new identity document. The court has the power to do these types of things. This is something that's mentioned in Revelation. And like I said, I don't endorse the New Testament. I don't endorse anything involved with the Novum Testamentum. But they do put it in that gospel, or that good spell that they cast over everyone. And they say in Revelation, and they will be given a new name with a white stone or something like that. They do, because they obtain like securitization, on all the documents. They get QSIPs and stuff like that on every paper that you file. So you're right, global mindset. And they do shred the original. It depends on what court you go to, though, too. Some of them don't, but most of them, they're digitizing the records. It is an assumed power of attorney. Yeah, you're right, John. That's why they call it an assumed name. Because they assumed it. They stole it. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, and just let me know what questions you got. Are you talking about a new SSN? You don't want an SSN. Being honest, the estate EIN is supposed to replace the SSN. Like, I've gotten credit cards in the estate EIN. I've gotten, like, all types of stuff done with it. I've used it for tax information. I've used it for payouts. I've used it for all kinds of stuff. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, though, Niles. Yeah. Your documents are your intellectual property, though. You're right, Carissa, but you have to write it on the document, and you have to pay the stamp duties. No, just you invalidate the term first. You state you can't be a sovereign and a citizen at the same time. Thus, they can't apply that fictitious term to you. And then you say you're either a friend of the court or friend of the United States. You're executor. You're the executor of First John Henry Doe Estate. Here to help settle the matter. And settle, close, and terminate this matter. It is slander, though. Yeah, honestly, that is slander. But you have to do it, rebut that the right way. Are you fully self-taught? How do you attain all your knowledge? Honestly, the Most High is who guided me, through everything. And that's not an exaggeration, or it's not, that is literally what happened. I found out about the Most High's name, and then I found out about all the paperwork after. But I was grateful enough, I studied at the very beginning, directly under Gene Keating for a month. And, I had learned from some of the certain Moors, like Jonah Bay, as far as EINs and obtaining those, and different people. Spoke to, different key people. Learned a lot from the Christian Walters videos. Learned a lot from David Clarence, who else? Tammy Pepperman was a big one that I seriously studied. I studied from, I got a blueprint, how to get out of the system from this one lady who was completely private. She didn't even have all her stuff. It was completely private. So I mean, and I did a whole lot of self-studying, yeah. I definitely studied a lot of trust law. I read a lot as far as corpus juris secundum and things like that. I did a lot of that. So, yeah, sovereign citizen means you commingled something somewhere, and they're claiming that you're incompetent because you couldn't see it. You're right, Carissa. I called out my prosecutor with an amicus about slander and on the record. You mean an amicus curiae brief? That's interesting. That's cool that you did that. Although, like I said, I would use a mandatory judicial notice. Amicus briefs are cool, and they are something that you can use, but I personally would stick to more of the mandatory judicial notice route, because there's a maxim that's based on that, and it is, it matters not what a judge knows if it is not known to him judicially. So these judges go off of, only what they receive as judicial notices. You were saying to get an ID number, but it's still derived from the same entity. No, like, honestly, when you get out and you settle the birth certificate, most likely you're gonna have to choose another name. It's just quite honest. You're most likely gonna have to choose another name. Yeah. Because I mean, I don't know of another way, but it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be a new birth certificate because it can't be birth. Like I said, the court has power to grant new identity documents. They are new credentials. They're not necessarily birth certificates, and they're not gonna be in all caps when you do it properly. They can't be, because that denotes a civilly dead entity. So it can't be in all caps, and it can't be another birth certificate, and it can't be a social security number. So it has to be something different and private. Yeah, I mean, however you make them liable, usually use their own words against them. If that doesn't work, then, there's certain standards that they have to uphold. It just depends. Like, usually asking questions that they can't answer is like the fastest way to shut them up. Usually based on private things in the court. You just ask certain questions. Not necessarily making statements, but you can ask the right things and you can get it to go in your favor. Global mindset. It matters not what a judge knows if it is not known to him judicially. There's a maxim of law which mandates a lot of these mandatory judicial notices. And yeah, I mean, you're right, Spencer. The absolute goal is to separate from the capital letter name. Most people don't even realize it's possible, but after you get the name change from all caps to upper and lower, you kind of start realizing, okay, maybe this is actually possible, because they just admitted it, on the record. Like, people don't think it's possible, but it is. And I mean, that's why they got DBAs, and you can file DBAs using the upper and lower name for the all caps. I mean, they got that. What's the next after you copyright your name? Roots Run deep. There's a few things. Put it in assign it over to a foreign express trust. Make sure it has a 9/8. Make sure it's properly done. Tax treaty benefits. No duty to file returns. The estate paperwork, SSKV paperwork, American National paperwork if you so feel. Fee schedule. Name change, presumption of death suit, DBA. There's a few things, honestly. Not with a mandatory judicial notice. Those things actually really work. Because they did what's called quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement is essentially akin to voodoo or witchcraft, because they bound one thing to another and used the symbol to control the whole. They bound your sole of your foot to the document, which bound the body. But because of the word spell, it binds the soul also, because your soul resides within the body. So wherever your body goes, you're inherently there. So that's why you want to absolve yourself of that, because if they own your body, they own what you do. I already have plus several fee schedules. Yes, you're right. Honestly, you draw a very fine line when you start creating your own plates, because you're dealing with jurisdictions, and I mean, there are diplomatic plates from the Department of State. There are like separate credentials from the Department of State that give you diplomatic immunity. Mind you, I've only known a handful of people that have actually gotten them, which is why I'm looking to just settle the entire thing from the court, because that might not be actually the entire credentials. That might be one step removed from the actual credentials that, everybody's looking to get. So, I don't know. It's a very fine line. Yeah, I mean, Niles, you're right. Like, they do that. I mean, the only way out is like home birth, or excuse me, like having the child in a home, and then like a baby land deed and a warranty deed to a private trust. But at that point, you better get it yourself out, because they're not going to be able to work or interact in the public like that. They're going to have to interface through an entity, and they're not going to be able to hold debts or be liable for anything. So it's going to change how they operate. They're going to have to operate completely privately. I did a copyright. I don't like statutory trademarks, because that's not the original registry, because the United States is a corporation, and it has been since 1871. It's good to have you, Shelby. But basically, it's been a corporation since 1871, and it was basically undone in 1874 and then redone in 1878 under the act to provide a permanent government for the District of Columbia, which is where they admitted it was a municipal corporation, and that the permanent seat of the government of the United States was there. So 28 U.S.C. 3002 15 A, B, and C also says that the United States is a federal corporation. It's also known by the Tennessee Valley Authority, which is a private corporation owned by the federal government. So there's a few different things going on there. But yeah, I mean, there's other places, like I said, I don't want to blow up the site right now. Like, I'll talk about it in private, but yeah, there are plenty of sites that you can use to make common law copyrights and things like that online for very cheap. They're not expensive. Like I said, Shelby, if you're curious, just send me an email or something. The only thing is, without plates, it becomes a very, very real safety issue. It's not because you're asking their permissions, because a lot of these so-called authorities are no better than thugs with guns. It's just the sad truth. I mean, you're not really asking for permission. But then again, they're overstepping their bounds by a lot. Again, they swore to a corporation. They don't care about you. It's at that point, they're going to do what they do. I mean, a lot of them are uneducated and stupid, to be honest. And it's, a lot of them are well-intentioned, but they're on ego trips because they don't know the laws. They don't know what's happened. They don't know what the actual state of affairs is. So they think they know everything, and then they become egotistical. So you're dealing with somebody egotistical with a gun. I mean, it's not a good combo. So your best bet is just maintain your safety and your life, because you can come back for the property and other things later. The biggest thing is walking away from it. And they are rogue, absolutely, Carissa. I mean, I've dealt with that myself. I've had them, I've like I said, I'm in the process of that. But they, at one point they took my car, and it was properly set, put in a trust, did other things, but like I said, I didn't have the MCO, so it was an insurance issue technically, even though they really had no business taking it, but they did it just to harass. So, and you're right, Carissa, it is a horrible combo, and it is one that causes so many problems that a lot of them personally will have to pay for in karmic debts. Like, they're just gonna have to, it'll eventually catch up to them, like it just does. Everybody has to acknowledge their own faults and their own iniquities. Like, everybody has their own things they have to correct, and then you know, the ones with guns and badges that run around and stopping everybody for traffic issues, that when there's no injured party. I mean, those people. The ones that swore to a corporation to uphold the corporation's laws, which are really just statutes and codes, and they don't know any better because they think that the republic is still around. Those people. You get what I'm saying. I'm not a hostile belligerent, but I have to phrase it like that. No, I did not have the MCO. That's what I'm saying. The only way to safely travel, like without a broad range of discretion, is the MCO or MSO and a passport and a fee schedule. That's it. If you don't have those three, you're taking a chance. And like I said, I took a chance because I had to, because I rescinded the driver's license. And like I said, unless you're willing, you have the funds to just buy it outright or do whatever to do the process and get the new MCO, you're halfway in, halfway out. That's why I found out. Yeah, I did not have it, color of law, victimless commercial crimes. Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. The only reason they are able to do certain things like that is because there is a fiction of law still there. So, and it's upheld by a presumption of death. The only way you're going to get the status you want, that you're living and you're not just some fictitious entity, is settling this damn death certificate. And that's the only way. Any other way, you're just playing around. I got excellent questions, though. Yep, you see what I'm talking about, Carissa. That's the main issue. That's the only way it becomes an insurance issue. And it's really because they're overreaching their boundaries. They're not supposed to be doing the things they're doing. They're lying, they're cheating, they're defrauding. And yeah, that's really the biggest reason. So you have to do it the right way. Otherwise you take a risk, because these people are thugs with guns. And I'm not disrespecting them. A lot of them, like I said, a lot of them are well intentioned, but it is not a good combo when they're ignorant. So you just have to be mindful of that. There's a very real threat to life and safety when you're dealing with certain things and you know the true laws. It's not something to go cower in fear over, but something to be mindful of. And even then, once you get the MCO or MSO, you need to put it, you need to convey it via warranty deed to a foreign express trust, so that way it constitutes a trust receipt, and the trust officially owns it. So, yeah, I got to. And you're right, Carissa. I have to keep it real, because, like I said, if I sugarcoat anything, I'd be doing a disservice to everyone on the call. On the live. So, like I said, I've been through a few different things, and I've had to learn the hard way on some things. So, if I can spare you the time and trouble, I've gotten successes, I've had losses. So, I'll tell you what I had happen to me. But like I said, life is no joke. So, some people say, oh, you take life too seriously. No, life is serious because it's limited. A trust is a covenant of protection because it has the right of privacy. The privacy is what they've been breaching under the Privacy Act of 1974. As counterintuitive as that it makes you think, but that's the act that they've been breaching everyone's privacy under, as well as the Freedom of Information Act. Absolutely not. Yeah, they treat you as essentially migrant farm workers under the DMV. You're working on a farm, a big pharma. Promised Neverland. That's a show that you might want to check out. But yeah, that is true. They do have us like that, and that's why you have to rescind the contract. Because why would you give them permission for them to use your body? I'm not. I owe the Most High. Like, I have a duty to serve the Most High. Like, I don't. Why am I gonna go serve a fictitious corporation when I literally have my own LLC? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, absolutely global mindset, and that's what it is. It is under agricultural. Absolutely. Any other questions? The floor is open, so let me know. Absolutely, Niles. Like I said, most people, for whatever reason, they're either too cowardly, or they don't know how to defend themselves or stand on what they know. But I've been through so much, I know how to defend myself. I've got a lot of things in place, which is why I can talk about certain things. And I've been through it, I have court orders, so it's not hearsay anymore. There is Roots Run Deep, but it's not easy because you have to find a Series 7 broker, one that's actually trustworthy, and you have to essentially have them run your personal information on this, to find it on the secondaries market. And, it's definitely possible, but like I said, that's just on the back end. I'm handling it on the front end. That's why I'm going all the way back in time under all these different acts, all the way to the beginning in 1483, because the original estate is up under that. Wizard of Oz, where you would say you were freely living and you're just assisting as other wheel. I got my own situation. I'm not gonna lie to anyone. I got my own situation, and most people would be like, for the most part, just because of what I got going on, I prefer not to talk about everything. Currently, it's not as pleasant as people might think it is. I'm not, I'm not just rolling in cash and got all the funds and assets already. I got certain things and documents that would make people's eyes jump out of their skull. But like I said, they try to drain your funds until the very, very end when they get forced to give you everything because they want to make you give up. So, like I said, it's not as easy for me to do certain things as other people right now, but I'm not giving up, and I'm literally right at the door. I'm working on the same things I'm telling everybody else to do, like the presumption of death and things like that. So, I do what I say, I talk about. I don't talk about anything I don't do. Contracts and property rights were once exclusive, but that was pre-1933 because there was actual valuable consideration in the contract itself. Oh yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up, Niles. Yeah. And like, if you have a 401k, like, I wouldn't keep it in there because, like I said, one of the biggest scams that they're doing is 401ks, IRAs, and the standard domestic retirement accounts, because those are how they're going to default on the payments, and people are going to be left stuck out without no type of annuity or anything like that. Like, put it in a trust, put in a non-interest bearing trust account, invest in assets, invest in other things. Shoot, get a whole life policy if you're worried about that at a certain point, like if you got that much. But yeah, my relationship with Fidelity is kind of terminated because they, even when it was good, they wouldn't show me the Cashapp on the birth certificate. So that method never worked for me, like even before that. So I know what you're talking about, but it never worked for me. That's good, Roots Run Deep. That's good. Yeah. Like I said, I couldn't get the Cashapp myself, so I had to go about it differently. That's what's up, Roots Run Deep. Welcome to the call. Let me know what questions you have. An open mic. I'm here to answer them as best I can, based on what I can and can't cover in the public. If you put a question in there, I'll do the best I can to answer it. So let me know. Any other questions? I'll apologize. It scrolled up on me. How can I contact you if I have a criminal case with the public defender as attorney? Got rid of him. Send me an email. Well, check out my last post on YouTube. I have my website and like all of the stuff where you can send donations and stuff like that. The first 30 minutes, like I said, I don't charge for it because I need to find out whether I can actually even handle or assist you with your current matter. And I usually find out a little bit about that, but yeah, my fill out the contact form, and then yes, if you don't hear back from me within a couple of days, like send me an email, and I'll get back to you. So yeah, the BC I believe goes to the Vatican, John. That's why they have the original soul footprints, I believe. They go through like a bunch of different places, but yeah. Yeah, Niles, that was my question. If you actually did something, like, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to really assist you, to be honest. Like, Series 7 brokers, Series 7. They gotta be Series 7. I know Brendan Jones is one, but he's so busy with his negotiable instrument classes, I know he's tied up. So getting a hold of him is a whole other story. Yeah, I had to, Niles. I had to. I was like, man, I'm not gonna charge people month by month. I'm just gonna keep it rolling. But Yeah, like for newcomers and all that stuff, like I have to. It's just to cover overhead and things like that. I really, Yeah, it really does, John. It gets sent all over the place, like Department of Commerce, Puerto Rico, Puerto Rican Treasury, DTC, and eventually the Vatican. Absolutely, John. John Z, yeah, just like I said, just let me know. Yeah, global mindset. You're right. One of the two, DTC, DTCC. I mean, they're a parent, child or child parent. One of the two. You know what I'm saying? So they're tied together somehow. They hold all the derivatives like under securities, but even securities themselves are just debts. So they're considered interests in property. Hey, if you do and you pass it, let me know, because like I said, you do got to get access to the Bloomberg terminal though to be able to actually like look these things up. But like I said, if you get that, hit me up. I know a bunch of people that would want to actually do it the right way. Although, mind you, I have no NDAs, like ain't no reason for it on that, especially if you found out via the public record. Retreat? Shoot, I'm going through it week to week like everybody else. Like, shoot, when I get out, maybe. I mean, like I said, like I might have like a private convention or something like that, like, where everybody can meet up and do like some type of seminar. But like I said, I gotta actually like be done with my stuff first before I do that. I'm not saying I won't, but you know what I'm saying? I gotta get stuff done first. I gotta get, the assets. I've absolved myself on the liability on the, the individual master file, but I still gotta go and recoup. That's what's up, Roots Run Deep. I'm in AZ, but like I said, I gotta get my stuff done. I shouldn't say AZ. I'm in Arizona. AZ is different. I'm not in AZ. Any other questions? And the credits might be held at the DCC. I don't know. They're called different things: credits, lines of credit, credit default swaps, things like that. But I mean, in essence, they might be held there. I know one thing, Roots, you'd have a lot of clients. You'd have a lot of people looking for the right thing. I know of a good 20 or 30 people just offhand. No, you're good. We just got to get out of the habit of abbreviating stuff. But like I said, as it grows, we'll see what happens. But right now, I just got to take it what we're doing right now and the best I can. Yeah. Like, I don't even got an assistant right now, to be honest. I'm doing all this stuff myself. No, it's a completely public document. They trade them on the secondaries markets. They're not private. They try to make them seem like they're private, but they're not. It's because the state has a financial interest in it. That's the only thing private about it that they don't tell you about. That's funny now. That comes to vibes now. That's in the realm of vibes. People have to be able to perceive those types of frequencies, and those are very subtle. And most people can't do that. But that's what vibes are. Yeah, I'm grateful for everyone on here. I'm grateful for everybody that participates and has all these great questions, because like I said, I just want to help people figure this stuff out. It's a giant, huge, confusing mess without a blueprint, to be honest. That's wild funny now. Yo. Oh my. Yeah. And honestly, one of the biggest challenges I think with this is that everybody inherently has something that they're already attuned towards or good at, their calling, or what it is. So this test, essentially, it forces you to be good at more things than just that one thing. So you do have to really, it does challenge you to grow in other areas that you might not have never actually gotten into. Because I've been studying the truth. I've been really researching the truth now. Like I said, I found this stuff out because of the Most High, and I found out, like I said, the knowledge was a lot of it was really just kind of given to me in the right times and the right places by the right people, and it just, a lot of it just connects, because if it don't make sense, I'm like, what's the relevance at that point? Oh, I know that I'll be honest, I really couldn't keep up with Patrick Devine. He does so much Baylor, Bailey, debtor, creditor. I just can't do it. I'm still on the fence about certain things about his private bank, because when you really think about it, it's not completely private. It's still in the public. And when you get out all the way, you can't create more debts. You won't need to. You'll have all the assets you ever need, but you won't really be able to create new debts like that. Absolutely, roots run deep. Yeah, I'll be talking about the, assumed names tomorrow. In particular, from a very particular state, and it's very powerful. Most people probably know what I'm talking about, but yeah. So but yeah, I spent a whole lot of time guessing and unsure of myself, and not quite sure the big picture, because this thing is so vast and so comprehensive. Like, you really do have to pay attention and be super specific. Like, you can't like mash it all together and say it's all the same thing. Like, no, you really do got to be specific about what you're talking about. Oh, absolutely, Niles. Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, most people don't even know what the true name is, so they just keep saying, oh, they use some type of derivative fiction and say, oh, that's me. And that's when they still got you, when you're still stuck. Like, I want out so far, more than anybody, like all these other people. Like, I want to be able to do things that actually make people's lives better and create communities and societies where people are actually able to be what they're meant to be, instead of just what they're forced to. But like I said, when you got a dream and you got hope, you're already a threat to anybody else, because you know how to inspire. Blackstone's commentaries are amazing. They are kind of like one of the building key foundational resources to be able to understand how British law actually works. And gosh dang. And yeah, I mean, that's important, because all this stuff is still applicable here in America, because England was here in America originally. It always was, and it continues to this day. New York is York, England, Eboracum. Colchester, Connecticut is Colchester, England. Augusta, Georgia is Londinium, the city of London, the original city of London. So, like I said, I'm grateful, Christine. Like, you have to be able to create something, because if you don't, like, everybody is when you come into this world, you are in a point of creation. Like, being creative is literally a part of life. So if you're not, you're stagnant, and that's what actually leads to depression, is not being able to create what you want and live how you want. That's what causes unhappiness, because happiness and joy are situational, and a lot of times. Oh yeah, the creator. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why, like, that's why you hear me say, like, all praises to the Most High, because all praises are always owed to the Most High. The Most High is who gets all the credit. If the Most High granted the estates unto the sons of men and entrusted them unto Adam and retained the beneficial interest, all credit, all glory, all power, all honor has to return to the Most High. And that's just how it goes. Yep, and that's how it goes. Because anything else, you'll never get anywhere. The Most High controls the cast of the lot. So, got to, roots run deep. Got to. Like I said, I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for the Most High. I'd have been long gone. 10, 15, shoot, even 20 years ago. Absolutely. 100. You cheat the Most High if the credit owed to the Most High. The Most High don't have to give back to you. That's really how it goes. Yo, Tyrone, like in the UK jurisdictions, like actual UK, modern day UK jurisdictions, y'all don't even have to do nearly as much stuff as we have to. Now, mind you, I don't have like a blueprint for the trust, and everything the way it's set up over in UK jurisdictions, but it's not nearly as hard. Any other questions? Let me know. No time like the present. The future happens now, too. Like I said, whatever y'all want to cover right now, put it in the chat, and we'll go, do my best to cover it. Nah, the future happens now. We're in now time. The future is the continuation of the present. It's an extension of the present. The future, in the concept, it doesn't exist. The past doesn't exist. They're constructs in the mind, because they're already what was. What is now is what is existing. So the future happens now. Future is now. The birth certificate started in like the 30s or 40s, but they had a predecessor called the settlement certificate. The settlement certificate was issued by the parishes of the Catholic Church, and it's essentially the same thing today. I mean, it's literally the same thing. That's why the birth certificate really is. It's the same thing. It's a settlement certificate. Letters patent, bill of lading, letter of credit, commercial security agreement, ships manifest, all types of stuff. No, I didn't, Christine. I've been fairly busy. Although, at some point I'm gonna have to. Metropolis. Yeah, present, future. The future right before you, right here. You're absolutely right, global mindset. Constructs. Yeah, they are constructs. And that's how they get you. Because if you're always thinking about the past and the future, you're never really existing in the now. Oh, wow. You're going to have to look for the Bible entry that if he didn't have one, roots run deep. That's important to note. Because if he didn't have one, then you can find that Bible record, and then you still have a clear chain of title, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, they standardized it in like the 30s or the 40s with World War II, but some of them did it earlier than that. But like I said, they were all up under the settlement certificates in the 19th century. Ooh, that's yeah. Yeah, if she won't give it to you, I would make sure you get at least a good photocopy entry and record it in the county with that. There's a it's like a what is it? Estoppel. That was a Pat Devine thing. Banker estoppel by deed and banker's lane using the Bible entry. That is important. No, okay, that's good to know, Christine. Georgia. Oh, that's good to know. Like I said, just check out my website. Just send me fill out the contact form, and then just hit me up. I mean, honestly, it's through credit. It's through credit. That's how you get it. It's still a Mortmain account, so it's a mortgage on the birth certificate, but on the estate, really. But that's how you use the Social Security card as a credit card, like it is. You get a whole bunch of credit on it. Yeah. The Social Security number is yeah. Yeah, Carissa, it is a Pat Devine thing. I've done it. It's one of the few things I've done that has actually worked for me. That's Pat Devine talked about, and it's like I think it's estoppel by deed and banker's lien, and it basically draws off of the birth certificate. Oh yeah, if she'll give up the whole thing, roots run deep, I would be I'd be grabbing the whole Bible if I were you, roots run deep. I mean, that would just be me. Oh, you did that, Chris? Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, I did that. I got stopped one time. They let me go. The officer was like, we just need to verify identity, blah blah blah. I handed him that banker's lien. He handed it back to me. He's like, yeah, have a good night. Just wanted to make sure the car wasn't stolen. It's like, cool. Yeah, you're right. Global mindset. Well, it's your first credit card because it's all liabilities, not the way that they talk about debit today. Oh wow. Yeah, the original ones did say account number. That is important to note at Roots Run Deep. It is global mindset. It is like a debit card. Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. But like I said, you gotta access it through credit scores and dealing with that. The birth certificate is a whole life insurance policy. That's why it's realistically insurance fraud when you have an additional either life insurance policy or car insurance policy, etc. Like, it is a whole life policy. That's why they're able to borrow against it. But yeah, it is an insurance fund, John. But it's a whole life policy because of how they borrow from the cash value. That's what the credit is. And that's also why they make you an employee. So they can set up these accounts. Yeah, excellent questions though. Like I said, floor is open. Let me know what questions y'all have, what y'all want me to cover, what y'all want to talk about. I'll do my best based on what we can and can't cover. No, I mean, it is credit. Like, the Social Security card is a credit card, but you have to access it via credit. That's why the credit score is like important, but it's only important to the extent before you get access to the real funds in private. After that, you wind up the spendthrift trust, and that's it. But I mean, yeah, that is how they use it. Everybody keeps talking credit. I mean, it is credit. That's why a lot of consumer law still sometimes is applicable under Title 15 and stuff like that, because it affects the entity, the birth certificate, the consumer. The consumer is that name on the birth certificate. Now, I get what you're saying, John, and you know, the debt report is an accounting. You're talking the individual master file, business master file. It's not really a credit report, it's a consumer report, because it talks about your credit worthiness and your character. Now, when they say that you're not worthy of credit, that means they're slandering and libeling you. And that's why it's the presumption of death is the only thing blocking you from all the inherent credit that you were already entitled to. So it's just a difference in how you reference it. But yeah. But that's what it is. I mean, it's an accounting. That's what a debt report is. A statement of account. Absolutely, Rude John Deep. Absolutely. Which is why you're able to file the capital gains tax, because you're the investor, they're the trustee, and they're the ones that generating all the capital gains tax and not paying it, because they're supposed to pay it as the trustee. But they're not, so you have to make sure that you properly report that with the OID. And there's other ways, like, don't get me wrong, there's other ways, like 1099Bs and stuff like that, but like I said, the amount of people that actually know about 1099Bs and how to properly do that, very few, and I just haven't come across the right people yet. So absolutely, Carissa. Who are you talking about, Christine? I'm actually not familiar with it. What does she do though? Yeah. No worries, Christine. I don't know. It sounds like something more along the lines of like Patrick Devine type thing, but I've done something recently to like that. It basically is just borrowing using like an OID and the estate EIN, which technically you don't need the 9/8 for that. I'm just waiting on the check right now, so I haven't talked about it yet, but I did it for a decent amount. I'm not sure quite the context that's like being presented in, like, you know what I'm saying, like yeah, but I know, I mean, you do need the 9/8 to be honest, but for just drawing off the estate EIN, not technically, but it's all based on tax returns. They're returning the credits not used. Janine of the House Arabella. Okay, what did Janine do, Christine? just out of curiosity, because I can look it up, but it might take me a while. That's good, Roots Run Deep. I know there's stuff you can do it. You can, say how the deposits get brokered and W-2s and other things get handled. But like I said, I've yet to find somebody that knows how to do it. Okay. Alright, Christine. Alright, I got that. What's she talking about? What's Janine talking about? Yeah, no worries, Shelby. This is a good question, but like I said, I think it's more tailored towards like some type of negotiable instrument or draft. Sounds like something that Patrick and Vine put together, but like I said, I'm not going to speculate. Yeah, like I said, I tend not to like try to commingle certain things. Like Patrick Devine did a lot of banking stuff, so I stick to trust banking per se. It's not that I don't do banking. I do trust banking. It's just slightly different, at least the way I'm going about it. Most people think they know trust banking, but when you start talking about extinguishment of debt, it becomes a different ball game. Not even a ball game. I don't want to use that word. A different game. David Greenberg interviewed her after she was on a workshop. Oh, really? You might have to send me, if you got a link to it or something like that, you might have to send me, I don't know, like a link or a timestamp or something like that. Preferably both. Yeah, estate and flooring grantor are definitely two separate entities. Yeah, you're right, Roots on Deep. That's why like I said, Patrick did his own thing. I'm not knocking him. He spent the time and did all of that stuff, but like I said, most of this stuff was debtor creditor, and it just doesn't jive with me like that. So I prefer not to commingle, and I like to keep everything like specific with segregated accounts, separate accountings, things like that. We already are self-insured. They have an insurance policy against your life, 771. That's what the birth certificate is. It's a collateral against you. You insured their investment, and you're the guarantor, the surety on the contract, where you're not even the beneficiary. So does it really make sense to worry about insurance when there's nobody harmed? Just email me, Christine. Yeah, just email me, or yeah. And once this thing gets put up, it's gonna be live. It's gonna be once it gets posted as a normal video after it finishes, you can put it in the comments there too. It's up to you. Until you prove otherwise, yes, you're right, Roots Run Deep. You have to rebut the presumptions. You have to make sure to separate yourself from the capital letter name. You have to do everything you need to separate and control it. But, yeah. That's why Proverbs 6 is so important. If you want to know about suretyship, Leviticus 6 and Proverbs 6. Awesome. Like I said, Yeah, like, name change from capital letters to all the proper case. And then, like I said, the other status documents, trust, estates, and then presumption of death. Oh, okay, Christine. That's interesting. Yeah, affidavits and administrative process will only get you so far. You have to get certain things acknowledged through the courts. But it's interesting. That's it's good that she's getting success. Yeah, you got to, Roots on Deep. If you don't own it, it'll own you. And that's the demon everybody's dealing with. Yeah, that's what's up. I know common law, like other UK jurisdictions aren't as, they're more controlling, but there's not as much you have to do. So that's good that she's making progress like that, though. But the stuff that I talk about on Fridays, like, you can do it essentially anywhere, but I don't necessarily have all the templates and forms for other places outside of North America, main, like the United States of America, quote unquote. But yeah, like you can use the same process generally for most places. Any other questions? Let me know. Just put it in there. I wanna make sure that people get their questions answered. I know there's a lot of people with different issues, different backgrounds, different situations. So, like I said, let me know. Yeah. No, no. It's better if you have it to be able to rescind and revoke it, but no, you don't need it. If anything, I would just rebut it entirely and nullify it on the public record. But that's just me. No, you don't need it for any of these. Like I said, you don't even need the birth certificate, to be honest. But you just gotta go about things the right way. That's good, 771. Just make sure you got the passport. And if you really don't have anything else, just get a state ID and sign like authorized representative without prejudice, all rights reserved, all rights, titles, and interests reserved without prejudice, or something like that. Absolutely, Christine. Absolutely. I'm grateful for everybody on here. I know a lot of these do tend to go long, but I'm grateful people take out the time from their days and be able to study and research and do their due diligence. It's good to see that other people are doing it. Any other questions? Like I said, open mic. The floor is open. Let me know what y'all need or what y'all want to talk about. Grateful. Yeah, generally, the roots run deep. I have the passport card. I've used it, and passport as well. Yeah, I mean, either one really. You used to travel, but like I said, you got to do it the right way. The name has to be in lowercase on the application. No U.S. citizen anywhere. Your mother and father weren't U.S. citizens because they're not corporations. If they have a physical body and they have a soul, they're not a corporation. So I have 5 stars on my passport card, but like I said, you're only halfway there because it still has a P on the passport book. I mean, it stands for pauper. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, at that rate, it's like it's not all the way out. It's cool, but it's not all the way out. I mean, when does it expire? I mean, if you only have 3, that means you're half. It's just a normal. I don't know. I mean, technically the stars are supposed to mean something, but I don't know. I did mine like originally. I paid for it with a 1099, and I endorsed it over to them. See, but the difference is, you want to liquidate the securities, and then you get access to the credit. The securities are debts, 771. I get what you're saying. You do have to take control of them, but you have to liquidate them via settlement, closure, and termination of the account. 2028. I would probably. I mean, I would get the right passport. I mean, you gotta have the explanatory statement stating you're a national but not a citizen of the United States. You gotta state that and that's under the INA Act. There's a few things you gotta do with it though. It said I have like a dual citizenship, code 8, natural person in DBA. Huh. I didn't know that. Well, I guess I have it, but like I said, it's still not like actual diplomatic status. Like, I have it, but that's only because like I was already the executor of the estate. I already went to probate. I knew other people that used the exact same process, and they didn't do the name change, they didn't do other things, and they didn't get the same results. So it's not so much the actual passport so much as it is a recognition of the status you already have. And that's what's up, Carissa. That's good. Roots run deep. I have it too. You know, and there's such a broad range of discretion. Like, I know people that have literally done it over 30 times. Over 30 times, and they still haven't gotten it. So if you want to stop a lot of discretion, get that dang name change. The name change gives you control over a lot. Without it, you're just kind of floundering around, and they can kind of say whether you get it or not. So make sure you do it right. But yeah, I mean, that's good that, y'all are working on that. Because, like I said, I know people that have the diplomatic passport and the diplomatic plates and the diplomatic immunity, but, like, it may not be the entire end-all be-all. Oh, that's what's up, Carissa. Yeah, I know about them. But yeah, I mean, that allows you to travel. Yes, don't get me wrong. The 5 stars and the 4 or 5 stars on the passport, it lets you travel. Don't 100%. But it's just not all the way out. Just plainly put, there's still a fiction of law. Any other questions? Yeah, because it's like, there's so many different processes, honestly. It's, and most people don't get all the way out. There's just a lot of people that think they're already out and done this and done that because people aren't being messed with, and it's just not always the case. Like, there's only a few things there are a few people that actually really did what everybody's looking to do, or think they're looking to do. So you have to make sure you get the right sources of information. Because honestly, the credentials everybody's looking for aren't even available in the public. They have to be obtained through court order. See, that's where people don't understand. It's like, you need declaratory relief. You have to get it ordered. Oh yeah, there's no reason to be afraid of these cowards. I mean, they are the cowards. It's just honestly what it is. They wouldn't do the things they did if they weren't scared, because they're trying to maintain monopolies. And I know, I mean, you have to go to the courts to get it done. And, you know, that's the only way to have the relief everybody's looking for. Declaratory relief. The order that says it's so. Because what can people say when they see that court order? They're like, oh, shoot, all right. I've done it 4 times, so I know how it goes. Oh, yeah. It just depends on the state, really. Oh, wow. That's wild, Carissa. Nah, that works. That works, Carissa. Yeah. Like I said, you know. Because once you get the name change, it changes your status right then and there. That name change decree gives you control over just about all the accounts. Now, what you do with that decree, that's where it really comes up to what you know. But as far as getting that decree, you know, it's not super difficult. You just got to know a couple things. If you know about nobodies and somebodies and no one and someone, you should be pretty have a pretty easy time with that. Yeah. You have a lot of people that did like obscenely horrible things and like actually evil things, and that's why they stopped allowing themselves to feel what's on their conscience. I mean, it's really the truth, Christine, because I've heard it directly in open court by attorneys. Yeah, all praises to the Most High. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, because there's been plenty of times, I mean, you know, I've talked about a few of them on other lives and other classes, but, you know, there's been plenty of times. Like, one time I was in this trademark office and at the state office, and, you know, I was going through and looking to talk to them about it and requested somebody talk to me. And they came down and, you know, I was asking, like, what do I need to do, XYZ, how long does it take? And she's like, it takes like 6 months to a year. I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, oh my. She's like, oh, I know a couple of people that have done what done what you're looking to do. And she's like, yeah, most people never get through. She looked at me like that. And I was just like, uh-huh. But yeah, like I said, let me know what you want to cover. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's a bunch that know. It's just there's more that don't know than there are the ones that know. But yeah, no, there are some that definitely know what's going on, and I've spoken to a decent amount of them. Yeah, you definitely need a strong will to get this done. Believe me, you got to be determined, more determined. You'll probably still question everything you were determined about, and then you got to be ready to be more determined beyond that. And yeah, it takes a lot, but it's worth it. You just got to follow through. No, I just got it. Honestly, I waited. I didn't even have a passport for a while, and then I ended up finding the right information and then I went through it with it, and it took me a while to get it, but I did get the right one. Nah, don't say that. You just got to be careful who you care about and who you keep with around you. That's honestly the truth, Christine, because you keep the right people around you, you don't gotta worry about that as much. But like I said, you gotta kind of keep that small a lot of times, because there's a lot of people that are frankly just not good people, and there's not in finding good people, like, it's really a gift by the Most High, because the amount of people there are that are actually good is so few, you know. Absolutely right. Roots run deep. Like attracts like. That whole BS about opposites attract, that ain't quite. Nah. Birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, absolutely right, Carissa. Absolutely, Christine. You have to. You can't pour from an empty cup. Exactly. The one language in creation, energy does not lie. And you can tell, like, who's who, whether somebody's actually a somebody or if they're a monster. Yeah, that's what's up, Christine. That's what's up. Yeah, absolutely, Carissa. Yeah, that's absolutely right. You gotta protect it, because a lot of people won't. A lot of people are so broken, all they can do is break other things themselves. So you gotta be able to look beyond that. Don't look for trash, you'll only find more of it. Look for the gems, and you'll eventually find them. That's why it's so important to listen to your intuition too, because the intuition is, direct, like the Most High, literally guiding people on their path. That's what that is. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I get what you're saying, Roots Run Deep. I get what you're saying. Believe me, it's better to be by yourself than in bad company. Believe me. It is truly a gift. It really is, Carissa. It really is. When things like this happen, and you get like-minded people and you're able to share and experiences, it is something to be mindful of and to be, because it doesn't happen all the time. But when it does happen, it usually is pretty special. Yep. Yeah. Any other questions though? Law, equity, administrative process, suretyship, collateral, assignment, things like that. Trust receipts. Yeah, you're right, Christine. Yeah. What did I watch recently? I watched... No, yeah. Thinking, what a... No, that's... I believe... Well... I know what you're talking about, but I don't think it's giving that back to them. I think it gives it to you for $10. And that's what Rob Ryder was talking about. That's under the Constitution. But when you start talking about that $10, like, it is borderline what I can talk about in the public. Because it goes into, like I said, like, assets, and I can't really talk about everything on there. But yeah, there is that form. I mean, it has to do with the Constitution. So yeah, I mean, there is a lien from that. Yeah. Yep. Alright then. Just ask me tomorrow. But yeah, excellent point though. Excellent point. Nah, sounds good. Sounds good, Rooch. Run deep. Ooh, what does that smell? That smells good. Absolutely. It's good talking with you, Global Mindset. Yeah. And like I said, whatever you want to talk about, really. I'll answer questions as we get them, but yeah, whatever you want to talk about. I'm glad they do help Roots Run Deep, because honestly, like, the amount of time I spent, years of uncertainty, just like, people thought I was crazy. Even people around me didn't know if I was really gonna get through. You know, people real close to me were kind of doubting me, like, and I have crazy levels of records, but like I said, if you don't know how it clicks, like, you're just kind of sitting there fumbling in the dark. And it's not a comfortable feeling. Like, I know how it is. So, like I said, I just want to help other people already on the path. Because there is an end. And, you know, the benefit of doing all this is so much more than people think. You know, your heirs will have futures that are incomparably better than anything you could even imagine now. You know, things like that. And yeah, when you really consider what's going on, I mean, yeah. I think it was funny because I watched Kung Fu Panda just recently. I watched the third and fourth one. I've seen them all, but the fourth one, he's like, I don't know how to teach or impart wisdom, and he's talking to, what was it, Master Shifu, and he finally realized, he's like, I don't have to teach you to be, teach you to be me. He's like, I just gotta teach you to be you. And that's really just what I want to help people do. Everybody has their own resonant frequency. Everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses. But and because of that, everybody sees it slightly different, even when looking at the same thing. What did I talk about? Shoot. What were we talking about at that time? Dang it. What show did I tell you to watch? It was Promised Neverland is an anime. Promised Neverland talks about it's when you understand what it's talking about. Yeah, it's probably Promised Neverland, I think. It's a little bit, it talks about quite what they do, how they treat us, the monsters and all that. But yeah, it's in a cartoon though, a Japanese cartoon. But yeah, it talks about everything. Numbers being tattooed on people's necks, being raised for as food for monsters, things like that. What else? Yeah. What other shows are there? There's honestly a few of them, but yeah. As far as like financial ones, like The Big Short, Margin Call, Laundromat, things like that. Yeah, because I mean, these actors, they are literally living, that is their life. You know, that's how they live. They live on screen. A lot of these people do not exist. So they're being brought to life on screen. And it sounds crazy, but it's true. So when they take on these roles, they're actually being those characters, not just playing them. They actually become those characters. So it's very important to be able to know what they're doing and why they're saying it. Nah. Because some of them have some wild things that they do. Even in the so-called like their private life, they're still acting like they're acting as that actor. Really, it's like the Truman Show. Yep, absolutely right. Even Donald Trump, like Donald Trump is, if you've seen Elvis Presley pictures side by side, Donald Trump is almost identical. Yeah, absolutely. It was a distraction. They're doing some wild stuff in the background right now, 771. Ooh, oh, the A-Team. The A-Team was interesting, the movie. And they talk about their playbooks in there. Yeah, Roots Run Deep, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's crazy what they do, honestly, because they do so much in the public, like, and people just don't know. They just think it's all real. But if you already know the Electoral College is the one that actually picks the president, why did people even bother voting in the first place? It doesn't matter. It just gives power of attorney to the corporation. And now you're signed up again for another 4 years. Oh yeah, there's clones all over Hollywood. You're absolutely right, Roots Run Deep. It is one big movie. To them, anyway. It's real life for us. I mean, they got so many things, I'm telling you. They got so many different technologies and all these other things, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they cloned Tyrone, and they got all these different movies. And that was the entire point. It was a psychological operation that was pulled off by the CIA, FBI, and all those different three-letter agencies. Like, yeah. That's good, Rich Run Deep. You don't think they cloned? Watch They Clone Tyrone. I guarantee you'll change your mind. That was in Atlanta. They do that type of stuff to this day. Believe me. There's probably people that you met that are clones you don't even know are clones. Yo, that's wild, Rich and Deep. And they said, yes, take me out of the system. Are you sure? Yes, I don't want to vote. No, Christine, like, if you really want to go down that rabbit hole, look up the orphan train. Look up the orphan train, Pan Am Railways, and look up that type stuff. You know, you start finding out, like, they do clone people. They've been cloning people since the mid-1850s. Nah, that wasn't the first one. That was the first public notice in the recent times. That wasn't the first one they cloned. They definitely cloned it. 1850s, yeah. The reason why I say that is because, no, I'm not giving them power, but you have to acknowledge what's already been done. In the 1850s, they were fighting over, like, the way history was already written. It wasn't like people thought it was. Like, everything that I've been seeing related the timelines of Star Wars, the Clone Wars, to the Civil War. You know, because they had the Republic fall and all this stuff during that same time, and that's the same time roughly the Republic fell. I mean, that's when it was subverted. So they had cloning technology back in the day. They've had that was the same technologies that they had pre-flood. No, they absolutely have cloned humans, and they absolutely do. Now here's the difference. They don't have souls, because only the Most High can create a soul. But what they create is empty doughs. They're only living based on necromancy, essentially. That's essentially what it is. But to say that it's not happening, it's almost like not acknowledging what's really going on. Like, it's happening right now. They're doing it all the time. It is nuts, but they've had the technology for that long. Like, it is just the truth. All these technologies, we are the least sophisticated. They had free energy. They had steampunk technologies. Yeah, there are unclassified documents about cloning. I mean, was it Temptation or Tentacion, or however you pronounce his name? He said he was a clone that escaped from a cloning facility, and he said it stated his model number on social media. Like, I mean, it's generally possible, but I mean, they've got people behind closed doors with an agenda that already wrote out that stuff before, and AI took it. But I mean, 100%, they're able to do that. I mean, now, and that's why you want to claim all your accounts, but they can't do it to just anyone. Yeah, no, it's not. like I said, it's not for the faint of heart. Like, if you want to know the truth, it's not always pretty. I mean, if there's plenty of stuff that I could talk about, but like I said, not every bit of it is like beneficial to just talk about all the time. Oh, absolutely. That's why I keep talking about that anime, Promised Neverland. And that's not an exaggeration at all. That's exactly what's going on. I've seen it with my own eyes. Like, I've seen those monsters. And you think it's a joke? Shoot, watch the shows. You won't. Yeah. They got fake news and they got the real news. The movies are the real news. What's written other than the business articles or the rest of them are just jokes. And yeah, I mean, they're willing to swim with the crowd, so they get hooked the same way too. Yo, Carissa, yeah. Nah, and that's the thing. If you've seen that Dick Gregory thing, it's like the thing about when the universe picks you to wear the glasses, you can't take them off. You can't force nobody else to wear them, and you'll never see him anything the same way ever again. Like I said, Truman Show was more of a documentary. Matrix was a documentary. Terminator was a documentary. I Am Robot, it's about what we're about to be dealing with. Look at the comparisons between Tesla robots and iRobot with Will Smith. It's not a joke. Like, it really isn't. Oh yeah, Carissa, you already know. I've seen those things. I've seen the things and they live, literally with my own eyes. Like I said, I have no reason to lie, because it sounds crazier than, but I have 100% seen that with my own eyes. That's all you can do, 771. That's it. Yeah, that's exactly why they put that in there. Because, yeah, you can't force anybody to wear the glasses. Yeah. Yeah, most people are scared, senseless, and they don't want to change. This is the truth, You can't change them. You can't change anybody. Like I said, there's only 4 times that somebody can actually change. When they hurt enough that they have to, when they see enough that they're inspired to, when they learn enough that they want to, and what was the 4th? Oh, when they receive enough that they're able to. Those are the 4 times that someone is really able to change. Aside from that, yeah, there's really not a lot. Yeah, Carissa, you're absolutely right. Those are full disclosure in the public. They're public notices. That's why they created so many narratives and they harass people that believe in the truth, because they put it in the movies. They ridicule the movies and then they point to their fake news like it's the real thing. It's just how they do things. If you know it's a playbook, don't get played. Yeah, they do roots run deep. They have to tell you. They have to tell you somehow. Because it's under the... Otherwise, the karmic debts would fall on them if people didn't ratify it already via acquiescence. So they have to. Otherwise, they're liable for the full extent. I mean, they think it does, but I mean, not really. If everyone agreed to it, then technically, but nah. There's still some people that aren't going for that. So they're screwed. It is what it is. Yeah. I mean, that's all they can do. Distract, divide, and conquer. That's it. That's their whole playbook. Yeah. But I mean, like I said, once you see it, there's no going back. I mean, not the level of stuff that I've seen, at least. I've seen all the crazy stuff. Oh yeah, they do all that type of stuff. Everybody knows about that. They just don't want to think about it. They don't really know why, though. That's the real kicker. If they knew why, it would make things make sense. Oh, and then you got shows like Loki with the TVA, and Marvel. That's a show that everybody can watch. I know it's a little bit longer, but it definitely talks about the Tennessee Valley Authority. Yeah, you're right, Christine. Soul Dyers, yeah. Yeah, Loki, that show was quite literal. And they tell you who's running the Tennessee Valley Authority. What's going on, Connect Your P? Who's Kyron's? I'm not sure who that is, Christine. But no, not low key. Loki, Loki, the Marvel TV show. Nah, it's Loki. But low key, like as in low key, is where they're calling on the false god Loki. Yeah. Nah, I didn't, Christine. Nah. Kyron's channel, nah. And that show was crazy. They talk about time. That's when they really talk about time and all that. What they're doing I'm telling you, the Tennessee Valley Authority started in 1933 as a result of HJR 192. If you're curious about it, go read the act. The Tennessee Valley Authority Act. It's a real thing. They got the same logo as in the show. It's not a joke. Yeah. That's good to know, Christine. That's good to know. Person is a individual, partnership, corporation, trust, estate, or the like. An adult is an adult human being of the hominin, Homo sapiens, a hominin, which is of the order of primates. Literally, everybody keeps using all these other words other than man and woman. It's literally man and woman. Like the golden web. Yeah, I know, it's nouns, but it's like, it's so simple. But people gotta stop using all these other terms and thinking they're saying the same thing. They're not. If they were the same thing, they'd be called using the exact same word. They're not using the same word, so it's different. And people get carried away thinking they're saying the same thing. They're saying something entirely different. I know, they're confusing people on purpose. That's really what's going on. That's why I will say David Wynn Miller, that attorney, he did know what he was talking about with quantum grammar. But like I said, you can't use his particular documents because they're copyrighted. But I mean, you could use it to disprove a contract. Yeah, exactly, Carissa, exactly. Of course, that's what legalese is. Legalese is a whole other language. They've literally admitted this. Legalese is they define the words differently. The words are different. It is an entirely other language. It isn't even the same. It's not the same at all. Yeah. Like these words are spells. They hold power. They enchant. Because chant just means to sing or to sound, to resound, to pronounce. Yeah, but that goes back to scripture. They put good for bad and bad for good. Evil for, good for evil and evil for good. Bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. That's the reason why. It is. But that's all spelling. That's all words. Every word is invoking something, good or bad. Oh yeah, that's what's up, Carissa. Just make sure you teach them the right words though too, because if they only learn that it's a negative thing, they'll never know what to do with it. Right? The words carry power of creation or the power to destroy. And that's why Proverbs 18:21 says, death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those that love it eat the fruit thereof. Dang, Connect Your Beat, that's wild. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Yep. It's the truth. I mean, when you start talking about everything was being created by the power of the word, that's how everything is. I think he does, though. I mean, what's going on? Yeah, that's a personal call on that. I don't know. Yeah, just be aware that everybody in the bar sells their soul to pass the bar exam. It's a prerequisite. So everybody that's a bar attorney literally has sold their soul already. So just be mindful of that. And I'm not exaggerating that either. Like, I can prove it too. They are persons. They are not people. Because when they pass the bar, their name as the applicant is posted on a registry in surname, comma, given, upper and lower, and then they receive their bar license, which is in all caps, first, middle, last. So they exchange their soul for a fiction. Yep, absolutely, Connection B. Like I said, I've witnessed some attorneys say some heinous things. So I don't really trust any of them at all, for any reason, ever. But that's why you got to be attorney in fact over your own estate. Attorney in fact for the decedent. It's really just representing the own placenta and afterbirth. It's crazy how they misrepresent everything, but that's all it is. Your doppelganger is the thing that held you for 9 months in your mother's womb. Crazy how that turns out. Exactly, that's what it is. How you present yourself. How you appear. How you handle your affairs. Shoot, there's verses in the scripture that talk about how the enemies of the Most High are judges. Look, I'll even look it up. Yep, Christine, you're right. I have it on my page, 771. Look it up. It's on my YouTube page. For their rock is not as themselves being judges. I think that speaks for itself. Oh wow, that's wild. That's crazy that that happened like that. Yeah. I mean, that shows you right there, though. Spelling is spelling. Casting spells. You're supposed to be able to ask for a court interpreter, honestly. Since it is another language, not speaking English, legalese is entirely different. Yeah, like I said, I haven't tried it. I'm thinking about it, but yeah, no, like I said, I've seen them admit it's another language, so it stands to reason. Yeah, Carissa, you're not wrong. If anybody got TikTok, in the Friday class, in the Signal group, I'll post a TikTok video if y'all want it about that same thing about judges. But yeah. I don't know how many people have TikTok though, but I'll post it. This one. There's Deuteronomy 32 and 31. Nope. I don't have a Facebook. I do the Tammy Peppermint documents. Yeah, I've done it. Her fee schedule is impeccable, honestly. I just had an associate of mine use that same fee schedule, and they were traveling like across the border, and they got stopped for a couple of reasons. But then he told them that, you know, he had a fee schedule, and they left him alone. They didn't even give him a written warning. Yeah. I mean, these people got what they got coming. It's just these people are doing really legitimately evil things. So And the Most High is judge. And vengeance belongeth to the Most High. So, Tammy doesn't have a channel anymore, Carissa. Her videos are kind of scattered across the web. Some on YouTube, some other places, but some of it's still up. I have the documents, like just about everything that she, the main stuff at least. But yeah. But like I said, her stuff was just, she got out. She got out, believe me. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But yeah, honestly, her fee schedule is what I use. Because it's 2 separate fee schedules. One for the upper and lower, and one for the all caps. And it does work. Like I said, I just had my associate use it. And they let him go without issue. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, that's how it goes. I've been getting successes, like I said, but you got to get the status before you can get the funds. Because a dead man can't own any property. So you got to change your status first. But yeah, eventually it gets to the point where you're able to plead in equity for other people. Not in the legal sense, but outside in private societies, things like that. That's what a solicitor does. But yeah, I'll probably go about another 20-30 minutes. So kind of private counsel, but not in the public. Not legal counsel. It's Amir Law has talked about it. It's like a solicitor in the real sense, the original sense, is someone that handles equitable suits only. They're not like a barrister or a modern day lawyer where they handle like legal suits and things like that. Like they're literally there for suits in equity alone. But when you do that type of thing, you can technically do that with just the power of attorney. But you have to really know equity, and even then, you can't represent somebody like legally. And that does vary state to state, so that is something you got to keep in mind. Yeah. Right now, I know the position is recognized in Georgia. Other states are acting more de facto, so whether they recognize it or not, I'm not sure. Yeah. Like I said, if you know what to do, somebody can give you power of attorney. You can do a lot, but you got to be very, 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 very knowledgeable about it. And you pretty much have to have done it yourself, honestly. Anything shy of that's kind of iffy. Yes, it is, Roots Run Deep. Yes, it is. That is a court of equity. Equity jurisprudence and equity jurisdiction came from the Chancellor's Court under the King's jurisdiction. It was considered the keeper of the King's conscience. That was the Chancellor's. So then his jurisdiction got enlarged, and it became the Court of Chancery, and then later the Court of Equity, and then later equitable powers. Yeah, Scribed has a lot of good stuff. Yeah. If you got a court of equity, make good use of that, because not every state has it. It would be first hyphen middle hyphen middle. But yeah, the first hyphen middle, colon last. Yeah, those are excellent thoughts, though. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on Scribe, though. What's going on? Like I said, let me know. Let me know what other questions y'all have. Yeah, you're right, Roots on Deep. There's not many courts. The rest of them, superior courts generally have powers of equity. The base level trial jurisdiction usually has some type of equity power. But yeah, usually the base level trial court has some type of powers of equity in private. But yeah, they're not dedicated courts of equity. Absolutely. Thank you, Niles. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. But I mean, yeah. It was somebody on a motorcycle. He was doing a wheelie. I was just like, really? Really, dude? Really? Gotta do that right now? It's all good, though. They do race over here, though. Don't get me wrong, but not right here. My head was spinning for months. I had to memorize all of it and then figure out what it meant later. That's really how I had to do it. And it took me a long time to figure out like what all this stuff actually meant. It was a mix of experience with like different perspective, and then yeah, and, like it took me. Yeah, like I've been studying for about 5 years now, so I've gone through multiple different law forms, studied a whole bunch of stuff. Like it took a lot of time for me, honestly, because I came from not knowing anything about anything. Like I had no street smarts. I had no understanding how the world worked. I was homeschooled, sheltered, not intentionally, but not my intentional, but yeah. You gotta take a break sometimes, Christine. Like I said, movies do help because they present it in another light, and you're able to just sit back and see how they present it. So yeah, when you get to that point, you gotta take a break sometimes, and usually you don't gotta step away from it that long. It's just you gotta give your time. It's like watering the roots of a tree. You don't want to flood it right away, because otherwise it just floods the roots. But if you give it time to let it soak in, and then you can come back and water it some more when it needs it. And that's how you do it. Yeah, lots of fruit juices, coconut water, like organic orange juice, preferably fresh squeezed if you can get it, with seeded oranges. The best of is get the organic orange, seeded oranges yourself and juice it yourself, but yeah. And then take some time to meditate and think about it, let it soak in. Yeah, I get how it is, roots run deep. There's some days when I can go for 2-3 weeks. I gotta take a whole, slow it down again and take it as one day at a time, because it does get overwhelming sometimes. It's a very heavy topic, and it's very heavy information. So when you start dealing with that, it's like, well, if you don't, it's like you just you can burn yourself out. I've definitely been there. Especially when stuff wasn't working. Like, I've definitely been there. Yeah. I mean, I know it's definitely traumatizing, like the first part, after you get that initial shock out of the way and you just accept what it is. You're able to change things, and make things different. But yeah, fasting is good for you. It really is. Yeah. Especially fasting and prayer, asking the Most High what to do. I forgot. It gives you time for your mind and body to process everything. Yeah, it really. But like I said, you take a little break, come back to it. You'd be surprised what you retain in that. Yeah. Probably stay on for another about 15 minutes. But yeah, it definitely gets easier. Oh, tell me about it, Carissa. Tell me about it. It's so dang difficult to find anything with seeds in it lately. I'm doing my best. Yeah. Shoot, y'all got the questions. Let me know. Associate goes to the farmer's market too. I would if I had the time, but they don't do it. They don't have one daily out here. If I had one daily, it'd be different. But oh, that's good, Connector. But you already working on it. Yeah, and it don't take much. You can use Paint 3D.
And there's no need to make it harder than it has to be, really. As long as it's like something you identify with, and it's got house of, surname, and proper case, and seal in all caps. Oh yeah, Canva will do it. Canva doesn't do it quite in the same resolution I like. So I like Paint 3D, but yeah, it'll still do it though. Canva will still do it. Just make sure to get it as an embosser too. Yeah. Hey, I mean, get what you can, really. Because they don't got a whole lot of anything right now out here. They got a whole bunch of garbage. You start looking for something that actually with substance. They're like, oh, I'm sorry, we don't carry that. What you mean? Yeah. What's going on, Vaughn? Thanks for tuning in, Vaughn. I mean, let me know if you got any questions. I mean, this is what I do on Thursdays. I do my best to answer what questions I can in the public. Like I said, thanks for stopping by. My throat is a little hoarse today, but you know, I've been working on it and doing everything I can, so just bear with me on that. You talking to me, Carissa? That is a really tough question, Carissa. Yeah, I don't, like, my situation ain't perfect, but I'm grateful for what it's taught me, and I know it'll benefit me greatly from now on, but I don't know. I think it'd be more of a societal question. I would create a space where people can be what they're meant to, like an independent society that serves the Most High, or at least everything that I can to help to build that. I hear you. I just don't do honey. Like I said, I don't do honey. I do anything. I don't do any animal products right now. I don't do honey. I know. I've been drinking a lot of fruit juice. I've been doing a lot of stuff like that. I'm working on it. I've been coughing a whole lot. That's the reason why. Yeah. I'll see what I can do. I might get a smoothie or something. We'll see. We'll see about it. Hey, all praises to the Most High, Vaughn. And this is, like I said, I've been down this path. I've done a lot of stuff. Not all of it has been worked. There's been a lot of process not fit to wipe my rear end with, that have caused me, like, banking relationships, treasury relationships, like I can't even interact with Fidelity anymore because of past the freedom type stuff, being honest. But yeah, you can't securitize contracts like that. Securitization is actually illegal. You can endorse it, you can make it payable, but you can't securitize that. But, you know, other things like that, like I know, and I've had my successes and wins. I've won in the courts, and the courts are where you get the remedies, really. That's where you get relief. So I just want to spare people the time and having to guess and fumble around in the dark. That's really what I wanted to do anyway. You're not alone in that, Christine, because honestly, when you see it, you see it. And people really don't think it's even possible, but it really is. So it really is possible, though. Like, the amount of wealth that just one person has, and after getting this done, you can't spend it alone. You really can't. And yeah, and that's how it's got to be. Because when you really get things done the right way, like, it creates good, not just for you, not just for your children, but your children's children. And it really does change things. It creates a difference that lasts generation to generation. And, like, it really does make things a lot better. And that's the real reason why you really even do this. Because if it's just you, but it's to free the generations that come after, that's all they want. They want the children. The children are what are so valuable. They want, because of how much they're capable of, how much potential they have, what they could become, what they will do. They want the ether, the fifth dimensional energy, emotions, joy, happiness. They want to convert that. That's why children are so precious, because they can become, so many things. They have the potential, and that potential is literally power. So those that abuse it, there'll be grave and irredeemable consequences. But for those that foster and help people grow, there is a reward as well. Exactly. One of the worst things in life is taking away the innocence of a child. It's horrible. And that's a guilt that doesn't wipe away from the soul. So, Yeah, I mean, yeah. Crystal children, yeah, I've heard of that. You gotta be careful with the Letters of the Fallen and the giants were technically like star seeds, if you want to be honest. Yeah, that's what they talk about, but with a wealth transfer, Christine. Because honestly, like, money and power and wealth, they're really the same thing. Like, but yeah, it's meant to benefit everyone. If you enrich the poor and the needy, there's nothing, everyone is that much more wealthier. But not everybody gets that. Yeah. Yeah, I see you, Christine. See, and that's the difference. People don't understand what strength is. Strength isn't just the power to, suppress others via might. True strength is the power to feed, the power to nourish, and the power to help others grow. That's what true strength is, because it takes that much more strength to be able to maintain and build, all the while helping others. Because like everybody knows, if you put one person on a chair and you have 9 other people around them pulling them down, it's easy to pull them down. It's not easy to lift someone up. So that's what true strength is. The power to protect, the power to feed, the power to help grow, the power to nourish, to enrich. That's what true strength is. You're absolutely right, Roots Run Deep. Yeah. The problem is like, without the wisdom, you would laugh and scorn that like something that seems so seemingly cliche. But it's only when you go through quite a considerable amount of pain and suffering that you actually realize that that's all you want in those times of need. So it's not something to laugh or scorn about when you are doing well, really. It's just really that simple. That's why scorners don't find wisdom. Because wisdom is with the lowly. Have a good night, Christine. It was wonderful having you. Thank you for tuning in. Absolutely. Thankful to have you. Have a good night, Christine. Thank you, Christine. Uh, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that connection. Yeah. Yeah. But, as things get, different and... Oh, what was that verse? Oh, I'll share it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Let me see, what was that verse called? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I'll start here. So it says, Behold, not thou the chastening of the Almighty. For he maketh sore, and bindeth up. He woundeth, and his hands make whole. He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles. Yea, in 7 there shall no evil touch thee. In famine he shall redeem thee from death, and in war from the power of the sword. Thou shalt be hid in the scourge of the tongue, neither shalt thou be afraid of destruction when it cometh. At destruction and famine thou shalt laugh, neither shalt thou be afraid of the beasts of the earth. For thou shalt be in league with the stones of the field, and the beasts of the field shall be at peace with thee. And thou shalt know that thy tabernacle shall be in peace, and thou shalt visit thy habitation, and shalt not sin. Thou shalt know also that thy seed shall be great, and thy offspring as the grass of the earth. Thou shalt come into thy grave in a full age, like as a shock of corn cometh in this season. Lo, this we have searched it, so it is. Hear it, and know thou it for thy good. But yeah, Job 5 was very insightful. Absolutely. Yep. There's been a lot of times where I was in low spots. Very, very low. And like I said, one of the few things that got me through was Proverbs, Psalms, and Job. Because when you're afflicted, a lot of times the only thing you really want to know is why. Because once you find out why, later on, it turns all that pain into a purpose. But yeah, at least from my experience. But yeah. Y'all have any other questions? Anything else? How? Like I said, let me know. Any other questions? Oh yeah. Well, I have the Friday classes. I had to up the price because I changed it from a monthly rate to just a lifetime membership. Everybody that's already in is just already in. I'm not gonna charge anymore. It's too much of a headache for me to bill monthly. And yeah, I mean, you get on the Friday classes, the weekly Zooms on Friday. That's one way to get a hold of me. There's a Q&A at the end, just general Q&A. You can ask your questions there. I have the lives on Thursdays on YouTube. You still need to get a hold of me. You can set up a consultation. I do one-on-one consultations for a variety of things. I do handle some mortgages. I'm still new to that, although I understand them pretty well. But like I said, I'm still working on them. And I don't have a flat rate for that because it takes me so much time. Just the process and going over everything and the amount that's involved. But yeah, I do consultations for a number of things. I do set up private trusts. If you want me to set it up as opposed to you just learning how to do it, I don't mind. I asked $250 for that. The membership for the private equity weekly workshop on Fridays, the Zoom class, that went up to $200 for lifetime membership, just a one time. And I mean, yeah, those are probably the biggest ways to get a hold of me, for the most part. And for people new that and I haven't really interacted with like that, I don't charge for the first 30 minutes to find out whether or not I can actually help. But yeah, living trust, as has been said, one can be grantor, trustee, and benefactor. You can, but it does leave room for piercing the veil only because it's revocable. That's why when I set up trusts, I don't set up just a living trust, which is revocable. The only reason I even set the living trust up is because it's a revocable trust with a domestic EIN that you can just literally take to a bank and open up a regular bank account, trust account with. That's the only reason why. Everything else is a foreign express trust under, the law merchant, under the common law. With a 9/8, tax treaty purposes, all that, no duty to file, and then a private indenture, which is also irrevocable. The express trust is irrevocable though, but I do that for a reason, because that's the bare minimum that you really need to essentially operate, privately. There's still a myriad of other things you got to do as far as status, but things like that, I mean, yeah. But yeah, you can't be the sole trustee and the sole beneficiary, and that's why you have to retain some type of beneficial interest for someone else. But yeah, you're for the most part you're right. Like it does leave a lot of room, but it's mainly due to the fact that it's revocable. But yeah, I am still working on the book, although I haven't been able to get as much done on it this week. Like I said, I've been working on my own suit and stuff like that. So, but yeah, like I do have room and time to take consultations and trusts and things like that right now. But yeah, like I said, just check out my last post on YouTube. I have like my Cashapp, my Venmo, my PayPal, and my website is on there too. So just check out my website and fill out the contact form for anything like that. But yeah. Do you have any other questions, Vaughn? Anyone else had any other questions? I'll probably go about 15 more minutes and then I'm gonna really have to take it down because my voice is starting to crack. That was an excellent question, though, Vaughn. Good question. Any other questions? Yeah, absolutely, Carissa. I'll do my best. Hey, absolutely. It was good to have you, Connect Your P. I'm grateful that you stopped by. Thanks for tuning in. Absolutely. Like I said, any last questions for the night before we wrap it up? Oh, by the way, I did want to mention I'm taking down the Patreon, so it's not like there's anything on there really, for the most part. But I've sent everybody in the class basically the same things on there, but just so everybody knows, I'm taking it down. I apologize, Vaughn. I think I might have missed it. If you could put it in again, I would be very thankful for that, because I really don't know when it was. Yeah, Roots Run Deep. Just to ask the same thing tomorrow. But yeah, as far as mortgages go, yeah, that's why it's, yeah. Yeah, I'll answer that one tomorrow. But yeah, Vaughn, let me know. I apologize. I didn't mean to miss it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. There's more things in the private that generally than the public on a lot of these things. I know. But yeah, some things I can cover, so just depends. But yeah, I'll definitely talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, Vaughn, let me know what your question was, because I really don't work. Yeah, I really did miss it. This was my intention, but I did miss it. Was it the Living Trust one, Vaughn? Or was it different? But yeah, I'll give it about 5 more minutes. I'll give time for Vaughn to get that question, and then any other last questions in the meantime? Oh, there we go. Is there any truth to the investor in the office of benefactor being ideal position to high special intentions? The truth to the investor and office of benefactor. Truth to the investor. The beneficiary is the one with all the rights. You definitely don't want the trustee position in regards to the cesticate V trusts, because that's the one with all the liability, and you're the executor beneficiary on that account anyway. But I mean, if you're talking about a principal investor, like as in a grantor perspective, I mean, yes to that. And then if you're talking about benefactor in terms of beneficiary, then technically yes. So you want to be grantor beneficiary with regards to any securities and all that. Anyways, you don't want to be the trustee because you're not a Series 7 broker, at least not to my knowledge. But, and then even then, you don't want the office of trustee. You want the office of executor. That's the one with all the powers and, the abilities anyway. Yeah, the trustee always has to answer to the grantor or the beneficiary, one of the two. So it's not a beneficial, unless you set up the trust and you control the terms and all that. It just depends, yeah. But on the main accounts, like the cesticate V accounts and the birth certificate, and or executor beneficiary, one of the two. You don't want to be dealing with trustee on that account because it just isn't good. There's too much liability. And that's something that Christian Walters talked about too, because he talked about grantor beneficiary and proving that they're the implied trustee. So that's what I would say in regards to that, because you really don't want to have the trustee title with all of the duties and the problems of, especially how they're commingled. So yeah. Did that answer your question? I hope that answers your question. The grantor is really the one that gets to express the intent and purpose of the trust. So if you're talking principal investor with regards to securities, I mean, that's what it is. They are the grantor. A unilateral executory promise, or these applications for accounts and things like that, they are the res itself. So that are being collateralized as securities. Yeah, you're right. Roots run deep. You're absolutely right. Those are all good titles. Receiver, you got to be careful with, because But there are times. I know. If I can get some, I might. But I'm definitely gonna be doing some stuff. I'm gonna get some tea in the morning and some other things. I'm definitely gonna do what I can. I'm kind of limited tonight, but yeah. Thank you for everyone's suggestions. I'm thankful for them. I really am. But yeah, I hope that answered your question though, because yeah, it's kind of a little known thing. Gotcha. Did you have any more questions, Vaughn? Just out of curiosity. I'm grateful for everybody that's been on today. I'm grateful for that it was a good live. Yeah, like I said, everybody that's part of the group call tomorrow, I'll be going over like DBAs, particularly that one state, and like I mentioned, how they affect the courts, how they affect business, how they affect third parties, liability, etc. When they talk about registered owner, what they mean by that. So there's a few different things that I'll be talking about tomorrow, and then I'll be covering, like I said, roots from each question. But yeah, so that's pretty much what I got for tonight. So. Like I said, I'm grateful for everyone that's, takes the time out of their day to watch this. I really am. So, I will. So, y'all have a good night, y'all. Thank y'all for joining in. So, alright then. So, I'm gonna turn it in for the night. So, y'all have a good night.